Welcome to my world. Well, good morning, everybody. How we doing? It is Saturday. I hope your weekend is going well. We're here again. We're doing the stuff and doing the things. Hi, Lou. Good to see you. Yeah, if I haven't added the VIP stuff to this install yet. I need to do that. Maybe we'll do that in a minute. Louis, how are you? Welcome in. I'm doing good, Lou. Thank you. How are you? How are things going? YouTube is too picky. No, I just haven't added it to this instance of the bot.
Welcome to my world.
Hi. Hi, Breezers. Welcome in. Oh. So, today I'm going to try to work on a little bit of things. Between questions, I want to work on making the new layout for the tavern streams. And get rid of this metallic whatever it is that I'm currently using. You know, so we're gonna work on that a little bit. I don't really have an idea in mind, so we'll just see what happens. You're better. You made the mistake of moving your PC and now your monitor's not working. Uh-oh. Make sure it's plugged in all the way. That's a lot of work. I need to get motivated and clean my entire house. I've tried to split it up into days and like, oh, I'll do this on this day and, you know, one room this day and the bathrooms on this day. And then I get to that day and I'm like, I can do both tomorrow. And then I don't do any of them. And then it just sits. One day I will, though. One day I will. But I'm glad that you're doing good and feeling better. That's good. It's good. But yeah, so we got what? The Streamer.bot Alpha is now in Alpha 9. And OBS just updated to 31.0.2. Not big update. They did some bug fixes, fixed a couple crash things, and changed some of the audio handling. So it doesn't really change a whole lot functionality wise. It's more like protection type stuff. So it's okay to update. We're running it right now. Everything is plugged in the right way as well. Never been a fan of tech stuff. Is it, you only have the one monitor? Thank you for buying your shot. Today was yeah, I'm waiting for my enough is enough day. Like literally I have a ceiling fan in my living room and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Right? And I need to turn it off and clean it because it's like it's so dusty now, like it's throwing dust all over my living room. Has been for like a week. Yeah, and only 2 cables. One is for the PC and the other one for the other thing. The outlet. Yeah. So on your PC where you plug your monitor in, is there only one place to plug your monitor in or is there 2? Hi, Jeff. That's awesome, dude. You're very welcome. Thanks for watching. But yeah, standby mode on your monitor means that it's not getting input from the PC. And that's usually the case when you plug it into the wrong output. or you have the cable backwards. Some HDMI cables are one directional. Okay. As long as you know it's in the right one. I would look at the end of your cables and see, sometimes they're marked like 2 monitor, 2 PC, and if they go the opposite way because it's trying to send the signal from the monitor to the PC instead of the other way around. You're watching from an airplane. Well, hello, airplane people. Some cables do, yeah. So swap it around, see if that works. Yeah, can't hurt to try. So yeah, if you have a question, stream related or whatever, you can do !ask and followed by your question. It will be added to the queue. We'll get to it when we start answering questions. If you don't, you just want to hang out, that is perfectly fine too. Yep, just like that. Thanks, bye. Just like that. I had a long week. It was like really fast. It went by really fast, except for like 2 days. It went by super slow, and those days were very tough, and it ruined the whole week. But we made it through. We survived. We're here. We're vibing. We're doing good. But I do want to work on a new overlay. I want to work on some stuff for the stream, and I just don't know exactly what I want it to look like. Also, we're going to be doing a tutorial. It was supposed to release today, but I put it off because I wanted to redo some things. But we're going to cover Discord permissions, because those things are a pain in the ass and they are confusing as fuck. So we're going to make that all easy. Well, easier. So that'll be the next one that comes out. I'll probably release on Wednesday. And then I want to do another fun one, you know, but I don't know what yet. I have a couple ideas which one I want to do next. What I need to do is just start. I need to go to my list and just do them. Instead of being like, well, we'll do this one and then, you know, and moving them around and shit. I just need to fucking do them. But what are we gonna do, you know? So I'm looking at, let's go over here. I'm looking at this here. Hold on one second. Where are... Oh wait, I know where they are. That's what I wanted. Okay. I'm out of being boozled, so we can't do them. It didn't work. And the computer comes on, right? When you power it on, like it starts up and lights up and the fans run and everything. But this is my tavern background that we have for the. No, I'm talking about your PC, not the monitor. Or does your PC go into standby mode? Okay. So it's just something's happened, it's not signaling not sending the signal. What happens if you turn the monitor off and then turn the PC on and then turn the monitor on? On the back of your monitor, the monitor itself, does it have multiple inputs? Like where you can plug the cable, like HDMI 1, HDMI 2, that kind of thing? And if so, are you on the right input? Yeah, Lou's plugged into the GPU. We covered that earlier. It only has one. Send me a picture of the back of your PC where everything's connected. The whole back, if you can get it in one shot. Anyway, this is the background that we've been using for our offline and banner with the it has this, you know, on the sides with the info. And I was thinking about maintaining like this wooden sign look. And like, I don't know, maybe having like this be, you know, where the screen shows up, and then just using the wooden border and having the screen like behind it, if that makes sense. Or something similar, not necessarily this one. And then having kind of something kind of like this, like where the chat is. So the chat is like written on the boards. You know what I mean? So just doing something like that for all the little spaces. And like on my main Twitch one, I want to redo the entire thing though. I want to do like I want to have like a little area where all like the shout outs and shit like that show up. And all like the little clips and things that we have on there. But I don't know. I don't know if that's stupid or not. Hello, phone. I hate this fucking phone sometimes. Hold on, guys. Fuck 'em. It's Saturday. I'm not going to fucking work for you, dude. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to come up with things for me sometimes. Like I want to keep it simple, but I also like I don't want it to be stupid either. What if we just do like what if we just do like a wooden background instead of having this? Right? What if we just do like a plank background? Oh, this is premium. But normally I use the free one, yeah. There's no sense in paying for the premium. I just got the free trial on this one, so. Somewhere.
That on this one.
No bet? No.
The bot on Saturdays.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna unify everything eventually, but the red one. The red one is the one from your monitor, right? You like the tavern pick and then having the hanging sign swoop down and have the game on it? Yeah, if I could get it to swing, that would be pretty cool. So what do we got? We got HDMI, DVI, no, HDMI. Well, let me, hold on. Ah, get out of there. You see that row of inputs at the bottom? There's 4 inputs. That's where you need to plug your monitor into. No, they're not. I promise you. Yeah, I would go with either the one on the far left or the one on the far right. Yeah, the one you have it plugged into now is the integrated graphics, not your graphics card. Yeah, you can make that other one work. You just have to remove your graphic or your GPU from the PC. Otherwise, because it's going to default to that. That might be the cutest picture I've ever seen. You're very welcome. Okay, so hold on. I need to bring that back because that's got my filters on it. I can copy that. So let's see if we can edit this. I just want to make it darker. I like the tundra, but you know what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do beep. Bad. Okay, Lou. Enjoy your cleaning. When you're done, you can come clean my house because it needs it really bad. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Well, kind of like this one. There we go.
Oh!
Oh, that's great.
Oh, hello.
What the fuck? Hold on. Why are you asking silly questions that aren't stream related? Just curious. I mean, as far as trolls go, it's kind of the worst one I've seen, to be fair. Oh, I know why I did that. And then you were... There we go. Oh, did we switch to blue? All right. We're going to be blue. I don't want to be blue. Ah, there we go. Okay. Robot bearded, goddammit. Apparently. Let's see. Ooh, colors. Oh, I kind of like that too. Got some options. I don't like that sideways. Let's see what recommendations this gives me. We're going in the recommendation fucking rabbit hole. Kind of a cool color too. I like that a little bit. Oh, look at this one. That's fancy. I don't really like it. Daniel, if you're not going to ask a real question, I'm going to have you not ask any questions. Oh, gross. Does BR work for the queue? What is BR?
Welcome to my world.
Hi, Rick. Oh, no. But I can manually do it.
Toasty!
There we go. Where is it? Not that one. Boop, 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 boop. Oops. This one over here. That's what we want. Wonder what happens if I do this. Easy. Hey, Salty. We are currently making well, I'm testing out new overlay shit for the stream. You know, we're turning everything into the tavern over there on Twitch side, so. Hi Phil, how are you? So I'm just looking at shit, figuring out kind of what I want to do, you know? Look at my options, thinking ahead. I'm not very good at it. I kind of want to do like just a border, you know, of like the wood around, like we have the red line around now. But let's see. I kind of like this grayed out one for like the chat there. I wonder if I can. Oh, it's gonna stay locked because it's a fucking image. Gross. I mean, I could just duplicate it, but. Are the bottle counters supposed to be different on each stream? What do you mean? What do you mean? You are paused. All right, that's fair. Maybe don't pause the stream. That'd be a big help. I can't believe I've answered everybody's question. Interesting. Oh, was it paused on YouTube? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know what I want to do. I just don't know what I want to do. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense, but I know what I mean. Like, I have an idea in my head. I just don't know if that's what I really want. You know what I mean? I need to see something here real quick. Oh yeah, that was my original thought. I was gonna use this border here that's like around this stuff. but I don't know if I want something that thick. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Oh, that's funny. No, I don't really want windows. Finally died. I've been waiting for this battery to die for like 3 days. Cool. I was thinking about windows, but then I'm like, no. But I think what I want to do... Let's see if we can just find a wood border. That's too thick. I can go back to a circle cam and do that as like the webcam frame. No, too cartoony. I wonder. Ah! First size. Let's go big, McLarge, huge. And then not so big, McLarge, huge. Ah! Can't draw a straight line to save my life with a mouse. It's horrid. That is fuck ugly. I love it. I'm in Canva, dude. Not in fucking GIMP.
Hi, how are you?
I mean, obviously the easy thing would just be fucking make a green screen. Lauren, welcome in. There's the problem. I know. I just didn't feel like fucking it
Beauty
open
is
up.
in the
Yeah.
eye of the beholder.
Yeah, but beholders are ugly. Have you seen those things? See, what I would do is I would go to shapes. I'd find this rounded corner one, and I would make it fit inside here. And I would make it green. And then I would just put a chroma filter or green and delete it that way. That's what I would do. But I don't know. I want to wait until I know exactly what I'm going to do first. You know what I mean? Also, and honestly, I don't like that color. And that's too dark. It's too dark. Why did you go so dark? I'm gonna ask you to cut it up for me.
Welcome.
Chess
Okay.
Focus asked Beardo, I want to add a voice command in SB to my shout out or to activate something. How do
Oh,
I go about
shit.
do thing in
Hold
SB?
on, my bad. Rip. That's what I forgot. Rip. You want to add a voice command to your Streamer.bot, to your shout out, or to activate something. How do I go about duping? So you want to add a voice command. Easy enough. So first thing you do is you go to voice control, you go to settings, and you start listening. Pick your microphone. So when you start listening, then you can go to the log and it will see what you're saying. And depending on how clearly you talk, what your Windows voice settings are set to, everything you say will be in this log. So it's not going to be 100% accurate because it does use the Windows Cortana bullshit. You can train your PC to make it better, yeah. But even that still doesn't work very well. But the Cortana won't pick up like on accents, inflections, and things like that. So some of the words are going to be different. So it's just hit or miss. But let's say, for example, you want to say something like shout out. So you test it, right? And you can say, you know, play shout out. So there we go. We got it. So now you can go to your commands and you can add a new command. And you can just call this one play shout out or whatever. The command is what you're going to say, right? So if you're going to say play shout out, that's what you type in there. And then of course the location, you can, you know, anywhere, whatever. I usually like to leave this as exact, and then if I know I'm going to say something, I pause for a second Because if you don't, if you watch the log, let's just go, okay. If you watch the log, it's only going to update when I stop speaking. So if I'm on a roll and I'm talking like, hey, welcome in Raiders and blah, 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 and I'm talking and talking and talking and talking, it's just going to keep adding to this dictation log, but it's not going to do anything until I pause. And so that lets me then take a breath and then go whatever my keyword is. So in this case, it would be play shout out. So I could just be play shout out. And then that's the only thing on the, you know, so it kind of gives you that ability where if you have something that's going to trigger based on your voice and you have it set to like anywhere, if you're just talking and you say those words in order, it's going to trigger that even if you don't mean it to. So having it set to exact will allow you to be able to like pause for a second, know that the log is waiting, listening for you to say something. Just say those keywords, pause again, and then you can resume talking, right? So now that we have the command there, the play shout out on your action, whatever you want your action to be. So we'll just do, you know, I don't fucking know. We'll make a new one. We'll do something. Let's just add play test, and we'll just send a message to the chat. So we'll do YouTube, since that's where you're coming from. And we'll say, he just said, play shout out. And then your trigger is going to be a voice. So, where'd it go? Man, it's been so long since I've done these. Voice control, command, play shout out, and you say okay. So now it's linked to this. So if I go play shout out, and if it doesn't work, you just go check the log. Why didn't it work? Whoops. Play shout out. And that's too late. So it'll be play shout out. What? That's not what I said at all, log. What's wrong with you? Play shout out. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. You want to set this to something like 60 or 70? You can actually go look too. That's what these percentages are. So my when I say play shout out, it's doing like 79%. Here's a 64%. So what I do is on my settings, I would do my confidence threshold at like 55. Right. Is it possible to give a list of words if it's interpreting what you're saying? Like shout out a specific person? Yes, but you would have to have a action for each one, right? So if you wanted to shout out John, that would have to be its own voice command, and then it would have to run that specific action for John, right? In the new Streamer.bot, the one, you know, once it's finally stable and released, that you can do like switch cases, and then you can have it use the word as a variable. So you can say shout out John, shout out Richard, whatever. Sorry about the ads on Twitch, guys. We'll be right back. But oh yeah. If you're constantly getting, so like if we look at the log and I'm like, play shout out, play shout out, play shout out, and it's catching it. Like, what did it do before? It was something weird we saw. Where did it go? And I've done that too. Drawn out. Okay. So yeah, if it was drawn out, you know, and that's what it's constantly coming up as, yeah, just make that your trigger. And even though you're saying play shout out, if it comes up as play drawn out or whatever, then that's, you know, what you can have as your trigger, and that will up your, you know, chances of it getting to work. Also, your microphone has a lot to do with it. If your microphone gain is up too high and it's like picking up some ambient sounds, even like fan noises and stuff, when you're speaking, it will take the Windows dictation will take it as an extra syllable or something. Can you add John? Yeah. So you can have multiple triggers. Yeah. So we can come in here and be like, oh, this can be, let me just make this so command, let me right click. So it's there. We could do, voice this one. We could do voice that one. You know, you can have as many triggers as you want for the same action. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, just that, and that's one of the things when we do the voice control is like just keep watching the log, because you know what you're saying, but that's not always what the log is going to be picking up. And pay attention to the percentages, right? Because if it's coming up with the word 70% every time, that's what it's going to be, you know. But if it's 14%, 33%, 70%, 90%, 8%, and it's all over the place, it's not exactly picking you up correctly. And so you may have to adjust what you say. So like I used to use voice commands. I don't use them so much anymore, but I used to have them for when I was doing my speed runs, right? And because I would talk about a speed run, or hey, I'm about to start my speed run, I didn't want that as my trigger word, but I would have to turn off, like, you know, screen blocking stuff and sound alerts and things like that. So what I did was I started, because my robot account was the one that did everything, I would have to start everything with robot. So I would have to say robot start speed run, because I'm not going to say those 3 words in succession when I'm normally talking about my speed runs. You know what I mean? So just, you know, think about things like that. But yeah, absolutely. You can set it up that way, and it can be for any action, you know, whatever you want it to use for. You can have it trigger filters on your camera, or, you know, even swap scenes if you wanted to. Anything that the bot can do, your voice commands can run those actions. So I'm glad you joined my live too. And thank you for being here. But yeah, the voice stuff, like I said, you can train your computer. Windows has a little thing, it'll have you read like 30 different sentences over and over again, and it'll be like, oh, and it'll start basically kind of learn your voice and your accent and your inflections and how you say certain words and certain syllables, and it will improve it a little bit, but I found it only improves it maybe 5 to 10%. One action, multiple triggers. Yeah, if you notice that, you know, like you said, if you're saying shout out and the log is showing shout out or John out, or, you know, shout out, or, you know, whatever it's saying, you can make all of those things that it's picking up as, you know, a trigger, and make it an action. Yeah. Or not an action, I'm sorry, a command. Use the Star Trek way, yeah. Yeah, now I just have mine run automatically when I switch to my scene. I'll let the scene swap be the trigger, so I don't have to say shit. Sometimes I found myself having to say it like 2 or 3 times, and it got annoying. So, you know, the fact that you can do the voice control is really cool. But again, we're left up to Windows being the recognizer of our voice input and what we're actually saying, and it is so far behind like what it should be. It's, you know, I do not have a tutorial for the voice command yet. It is on my list of ones to get to. Yeah, all of my Streamer.bot commands for the most part are going to be delayed a little bit now, at least until alpha is in a late beta stage. Because some of the things are going to change. Some of the ways we do things are going to change with the new version. You know, so where you find things, how you add them, and stuff like that, the if statements and the grouping and all that's going to change. So it's kind of pointless to make a video about how you do it now in 2.6. And then that specific thing is going to be likely to change in 1.0. And then I got to do another video with the updated one, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of putting them off. I mean, there's some that I'm still going to do because I know those things aren't going to change, or they're not going to change drastically. And the import files and stuff like that will still work. But for specific, like little things like that, if I'm doing a specific tutorial, I'm going to kind of put it off at least until we're in the late beta stages. So, you know, probably like beta 10, if we get that far, is when I'll start doing more of those. Screenshots and record start for different, so yeah. Doug, welcome in. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Yeah, do I actually have a question in the queue? Did I miss one? That's pretty funny. And I apologize. We do. Okay. Yay, question time. But before I move on, that answer your question, Chaz? That get everything? You have the end credits working? Hell yeah, dude. More or less? Okay. Yeah, just have fun with it. Just don't expect it to be 100% accurate every time, right? That's the big thing. As long as you keep that in mind, it's less frustrating. You asked another question also? Okay. I just want to make sure before we move on to a new question that you're satisfied with the answer of the first one as well. Because if you're not, we'll keep going. The FL stuff, we can definitely cover that.
Chaz Focus asked Beardo, can you include all those in the command?
To my schoolhouse.
Okay, good. Can you include all those in the command? Oh, you're talking on the voice command stuff. Yeah, we covered that, I think. Hey, Dimitri, welcome in. Point system, it's a really good one. Yeah, like 5 of the big people that work on Streamer.bot put it together, so it's really good. I don't use it, but that's just me. I'm very minimal in my streams, so. And look at y'all staring at a black screen. Here, be blinded. Oh no, we're out of coffee. What? What? All right, next question. Next question.
Lauren Barthes asked any prediction on the release date for 1.0?
Sometime this year. You have to keep in mind that 1.0 was rewritten from the ground up, right? So it is basically essentially a brand new bot with a lot of learning behind it. But as far as like the face of it goes, it is brand fucking new. right? So everything that we're testing in alpha now is getting fixed and prepped, and there's a lot of features that have been added that Nate isn't even sure he's going to keep. So things are going to disappear, other things are going to get added, and that's kind of what the alpha test is for. And once Nate is kind of satisfied with, okay, I'm not going to fuck around with too many new things anymore, we've got it stable enough, we've got some testing, all the crashes kind of been fixed, let's put this out there, and it'll go to beta. And then of course in beta there's 100 times more people using it now, so there's going to have to be more bug fixes and more things, because those people are going to use things in a way that the alpha testers didn't, and so new things are going to break. And the beta tests, I've seen beta tests go up to, like you'll have beta 1, beta 2. I've seen them go like 15 to 16 and get released as a stable version. And then the beta for going from 25 to 26 went all the way up to like beta 37, right? So it just really depends on what's going to break, what needs to be fixed, how easy that fix is, if the fix doesn't cause other problems. But realistically, we're probably looking at about, I would say, I wouldn't expect a stable release probably for another couple months at a minimum. I'll give it probably about 2 or 3 more weeks in alpha, and then a good month and a half in beta would be my guess. But I don't know. Who knows? I could be wrong. We could have a stable release next Friday, But there's just no telling. It's just once it's stable enough that it's not going to break your stream, that's when it'll go live. There's still going to be things that go wrong, and that's what the updates and stuff are for, obviously, but yeah. Excuse me. So, hi, Patriot. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Wrong button again. There we go. That's what I wanted to look at. Okay. You're about to lose your mind over, I have a delay? On Twitch? Oh, you're delayed.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, okay. I'll get to your question in just a moment, but I thought you were like, oh, okay, gotcha. We will take a look. Yeah. Before I answer more questions, though, we are going to take a quick BRB because I'm out of coffee, and that is not okay. It's not okay. So I am actually going to go refill coffee, go pee, and I'm going to remind you, okay, unclench your jaw, refill your drink, your laundry's done. Hi, Chris. You came from Doug? That's amazing. Doug is amazing. We love Doug. But yeah, give me just a couple minutes, guys. We're gonna go refill drinks and stuff, and I don't even know where my puppy is. He's usually asleep either over here on the couch. So as long as I'm not out of ink. No, I'm not out of ink. I'm just out of coffee. But yeah, we'll enjoy some clips, or I don't even, do we still have clips on the BR back screen? I don't even fucking remember anymore. That's how out of it I am. Big changes are coming to the stream, though. That's the thing, and I'm trying to get everything symmetrical. Is that a word? I know it's a word, but is that the word I want? Probably not. Streamlined. That's what I wanted. We did last week. Okay, I think we do. I don't think I've changed anything for this particular instance of OBS and stuff yet. It's all been on the other one. But I also need I need to call my boss back and see what the fuck he was calling me for. So rude, calling me on a Saturday. So give me just a couple minutes to do that. Hang tight. If you have more questions, you can ask them while we're on BRB. They'll be put into the queue. We'll get to them when we return. Hang tight, guys. Holy shit, we got lucky. Okay, so now we know Ghosty's name. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! The speedrunning is not an achievement. What the fuck? Oh, this seems safe. Isn't that the kid from The Ring? Or not? Is it The Ring? No, The Grudge. It's the boy from The Grudge, right? I just peed my pants. Yeah, The Grudge. Yeah, that's it. He goes, or whatever. Creepy fucking kid. And clipping that. Thank you. Thank you for the yeah. Oh! Yo, there's some crying up ahead. Are they in that rock? Oh! What the fuck was that? I know, this is actually a really cool house. Like, the layout is incredible and I love it. Minus the gates and the blood and the creepy mannequins that just appear out of fucking nowhere. Ah! And dead bodies falling from the sky. Juicy. I'm a juicy boy. We. Oh! Wrong button. Okay, we have all of these open that will open. Oh, that one was the one that wouldn't open before. We got a key. Oh! I was not expecting that. Motherfuck you! You got a little bit of titty though. Can you hear me? I am not an insect? Are you an insect? What is that? Stop breaking things, bro. This is a very delicate archaeological treasure site. Dude, don't be a dick. Oh, it's not that. Oh, man. Oh my God. No, no, no. No.
I rolled a one. Fuck.
That is not okay. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. Boss is satisfied now. Where were we? We have coffee. All is now right with the world. It's good stuff.
Oh, hi. Welcome to my schoolhouse.
Cat meow. Hello. Welcome in. How are you? What we're drinking in the last clip? I didn't see which one it was. We had some very nasty flavored sodas during a donathon we did last August. So it was either ranch dressing, buffalo wing, sweet corn. I don't remember all the other ones. Probably one of those though. It was probably the sweet corn one. You're fine? Good. Oh yeah. You just asked about the prediction. Yeah. We did answer that. Short answer is I don't know. But long answer, my guess is probably about a couple months for it to be stable. But if you want to see the full answer in the Discord in our TTS answers section, every question is posted there with a link to the VOD on YouTube or on Twitch, and the replay on YouTube goes right to your question. And subsequently the answer. So, you know. What are we doing today? We're answering streamer questions, and in between questions, I'm trying to decide on what I want to do for my new stream layout. What are you doing today? Enjoying your weekend, I hope. I also want to redo how the questions appear on screen. I want to make them more tavern-ish. I don't know how though. I have no idea. I just know I want them different. Oh, and I need to add Hi-Fi's and Master of Magic's VIP stuff to this version of the bot so that they actually trigger. We do have other questions though, so let's go ahead and answer another one.
Dimitri asked cheers for the tutorial series Comrade Beardadink, helped heaps.
Thanks.
I'm
Thanks.
wondering how one grabs the value of remaining actions in queue from Streamer.bot and displays it on screen in OBS.
Wondering how one grabs the value of remaining actions in the queue. Ooh. What exactly do you mean by that? Do you just want to see what you have left in your queue on screen, or you want like the variables? Like we have this one. Here's our questions queue, right? Currently have that. We have 2 questions currently waiting. Is this what you want to show, or do you want to show this stuff? The variables and shit that are in those actions. Ugh, so bright. Also, guys, I think this week we are going to be moving over to the new streamer bot and letting it run the entire stream. Hi, Malcolm. Welcome in. Thanks for the question. We'll get to that shortly. I don't even know if Dimitri's still here or there. You know what I need to do, Fi? You're looking to display how many questions are in the queue, but in a display on OBS. So like the number I have there below the mug where it says 3, that's what you're looking at. You don't want to actually display the Q, you want to show a number. Yeah, absolutely easy enough. We have a built-in variable for that. So if you go to your variables and go to the non-persisted, you'll see that we have the Q answer, Q position, and I've added Q spot. So the position is one more than how many have been asked. So technically today we've had 7 questions asked. So the Q position is 8. So that way when the next person comes in and asks a question, like you see right above you, it'll say it's been added to Q position 8, right? And then we increment that again. The answered ones are how many I have answered. And then the Q spot we have here, this is how many are currently in queue, right? So if you look at matches, we have 3 questions in Q spot, there's 3 questions here, and then that's what I'm showing on OBS. So where did I put that? I know I did it. Okay, so in the start setup, we have where to go? Get global, non-persisted. I called it Q spot with a default value of 0 because it starts with 0 questions in the queue, right? So we get that global. We do a get so that it creates this every time when you go live. I have mine set to when the broadcasts start. Okay. So that when I click start streaming, you know, we talked about in the tutorial, when you click start streaming, it'll automatically run all those. And then again, where did I put the other one? So in the chat responses, you have the 2 chat responses, whether you're streaming to Twitch or YouTube, whichever one or both. Once we have the Ask TTS, we run the TTS questions one. And once that's done, we bring Q position up and we increment Q spot by 1. So every time somebody asks a question, it's going to increment the Q spot by 1. And this is a set global. So it's going to be a global non-persisted. Q spot is the variable name, and then we're going to increment by 1. All right. And then on the questions, I think I have it. Is it here? Yeah. So in the questions one, I have the Q spot here, another get with a default value of 1. And so that way when we run it, because there's been a question asked, it automatically gets that global and sees whatever it is. So it just have a default value of 1 just because it needs something as a default value. But basically what happens now is, so when I ask the question or answer the question, I hit my button to answer the question, it runs this. It's going to grab that variable value, and so then we can use it. And then when I play my question, no, that's it. I thought yeah. And then, so I don't think I added the Q spot to the dialogues. I think we did that later. I want to update this because I've made some changes to a couple of things. Yeah, so we're getting, when you ask a question, we get it and we increment it by 1. And then when I answer the question, We resume the pause state, which runs this. There it is. So at the top, here we go. I knew there was a somewhere. So in the TTS questions, right below the if statement, for whether we're running from Twitch or YouTube, we have the get global Q answer. This is how many answers I've given. And then we're going to decrement the Q spot. So another set global, this one is going to be decrement by 1. And then that'll bring the value down. And then right above that, that's where we get the global variable again. So we bring it down by 1 and then we repopulate that so that the next question, it will actually drop it down. And then in OBS, we just have the GDI text. Nope, not that one. Right here. So I have mine called Q fill. It's the Q number, but the text is just that variable, %, Q spot. And then that's what will it will update when it gets to there. So we decrement it by 1. So right now it's 3, right? If I hit the play or the answer button, we're going to make it go from 3 to 2, and then we pull it again. So now it's updated in Streamer.bot, it's updated to 2. And then we do all the things. We have it do the TTS, do the webhook for the Discord, and then at the very bottom, before we set the Q state to pause again, we just update that number. And so when that runs, it'll update the GDI text in OBS to show whatever the current number is. I forgot that I did that, as a matter of fact. So hopefully that answered. You might have to watch that a couple of times. I'm sorry. Let me go through it again real quick. So in number 1, start spot, you're going to add a get global non-persistent, name it Q spot, whatever, default value of 0. In TTS questions, number 2, get the, whoops, not that one, decrement the global non-persistent Q spot, decrement it by 1, and then directly below that, get global again of that one. So you bring it down by 1 and then you populate. Otherwise, it will not change the value here. And that's what we want to do. And then at the end of that, you're going to set your GDI text to Q spot. And then the only other thing is in your chat responses, you want to increment. So set global Q spot increment by 1 in the ask 6 and 7. And we do that, and then you'll be good. Yeah, there you go. I just forgot where I had to put everything, and I was jumping around. I didn't want to confuse you even more, so there you go. Cool. You're welcome. Yeah, the variables thing was what was needed. Mm-hmm. You got it, man. You're a superstar. You don't need me. What the hell happened there? Why didn't that one work? What the fuck? I mean, it worked. It's there. Can you please give me some suggestions on the following? I'm having a hell of a time with an audio delay when I stream. I'm using OBS and Streamer.bot. I'm streaming my PS5 with an HD60X capture card. I also am using Wavelink software. I have my audio and capture card and their own nested scene. So you have an audio delay, and that's probably because it's running through the capture card and then the wavelength software before it ever gets to OBS, and the video is not. Do you know? Yeah. Do you know how far off you are? Three to 4 seconds. That's a hell of a delay. The HD60X, that's a USB one, right? Not the internal, because I have the internal. What do I have? The HD. I have the S Pro. Okay, so it's the. Is it plugged into a USB 3.0 or high-speed USB port? So if you look at the USB port on the PC that it's plugged into, is it white, black, blue, orange? What color is the little USB connector inside the switch? It gets worse the longer you stream. It is blue. Do you have a black one? A USB port that is black. You'll have to check. Hold on. Okay, well, hold on. The reason I ask this is black is compatible with USB 3.0, 2.1, 3.1, but it's considered a high speed. Yeah. Yeah, we don't ever want to use device timestamps. You do have a black one. All right, I suggest you plug it into that and use that one. I mean, the blue one should work. It should work just fine, but the black one will have a little bit higher speed rating than the blue ones do. So that's going to be your first step, but that's not going to fix your problem all the way. But it should get it to a more consistent. But unfortunately, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to do some recordings to find out exactly how long your delay is. Excuse me. So like Phi says, you want to make sure that the device timestamp is off. So, hold on. That's not what I wanted to press. Oh yeah. So for example, here I have, this is the properties for my microphone, but you have this use device timestamps checkbox. You want this unchecked on all of your audio sources. This is used basically when you're using like two microphones, and so that they don't override each other, and you can have them on different channels, and it's a way for like OBS to keep them in. Yeah, they're unchecked by default, so it should be okay, but it is another thing to check. And then finally, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to go into your into the audio mixer, right click, choose advanced audio properties, and get this bad boy up. All right, and you're gonna have to find your game, like from your Elgato or whatever it is, and you're gonna have to manually do the sync offset right here. So that's why I said it's important. So what you want to do is you do like a recording of your gameplay, and shoot your gun, try to make no other sounds, make it easier to detect or whatever. Shoot the gun, and then let it run, for 10 seconds or so. Shoot it again, let it run for 10 seconds. Do it like 3 or 4 times. Stop the recording and play it back. And then you're basically just going to have to count, right? And so like, let's say, for example, it's 3 seconds, right? So if your audio is off by 3 seconds, the sync offset will need to be adjusted by 3,000 milliseconds, and you can manually type that in. If it's a negative, if it needs to go the other way, you just put a little negative sign. You should be able to. Yeah, negative 3,000. Oh, it only goes to negative 300. So that's, oh no, it doesn't. It's only going to let me type. So it should only go to 999. So that's going to be tough, hopefully. -500, negative 500. But yeah, anyway, so 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 second. And you just have to basically keep doing this and doing another recording test. Change the offset, do another recording test, change the offset, do another recording until you get everything synced up, right? And then if the lag still happens over time, which it can do, it's just getting out of sync. Those are going to be other things to check in your actual settings. And hopefully you're on advanced settings. So if you go to audio, all of these should be disabled. I'm trying to remember what was the setting I had to do. Output, audio, no. All of those are disabled. Okay, good. So the look ahead and the adaptive quantization, this used to be called something else. It used to be called psycho-visual tuning. You're going to make sure both of these are unchecked. Because those will fuck with it as well. And then, yeah, but that's only for what you hear. And then the other thing you can try is changing your preset to a slower one. So like it should be on P6 if it's on P5, and then go to like P4. I wouldn't go any lower than P4. And just uncheck those. Okay, so try that as well. P5 might actually help. I do recommend being on P6, but if you're having that lag issue over time, that'll help as well. But other than that, there's going to be like 40 other things that people are going to tell you to check and undo, and you don't want to do everything all at once. Okay. So I'm giving you the big, like, this will fix most of the problems things. You want to change one of them and then go do a recording test and see if you're still off sync, and then come back and change another one. Because if you change all of them and it fixes it, you don't know what to change back. You know what I'm saying? So if you uncheck the psycho-visual tuning and it doesn't fix it, you can put that back on. You know what I mean? Because you still want your stream quality to be good. So you don't want to like disable everything and drop your quality. So you only want to fix or change the setting that's going to fix the actual problem. But the overtime thing is, yeah, audio for a streamer is the #1 biggest fucking headache ever. And I mean, I've been doing this for almost 5 years now, and I still tweak audio like every week. Like it is a never-ending battle. I haven't had the lag issue or the unsyncing of audio and video in a couple of years, but the settings that I use are what helps prevent that. So try that with those two checks unchecked. Like I said, just do your recording, do your testing, change the audio sync offset in the advanced audio properties. And if you're still having the problem, next time you go live or whatever, and it's still doing, especially if it's doing it like later on, let me know in the Discord and we'll get some more advanced stuff to try. But most of the problem is going to be because of what's coming in to OBS. right? And not OBS itself. So we're trying to use OBS to correct that. But your big issue is probably going to be that wavelength software. So if it's still happening and you can bypass the wavelength software, do that. The less things you have between your game and your stream, obviously, is going to be the better. Probably not, Chaz. But by the time I get to that question, I will have. So I'll be able to say yes. Ooh, hopefully those settings work. That way you don't have to change too much shit. But yeah. That's one of the things I found about audio is audio can get out of sync so easy, and the more things you have for it to go through, because when you first start, you're like, oh, it's a 4 millisecond delay. You don't even notice it, but then it becomes 8 milliseconds, turns into 16 milliseconds, because it compounds as you go, and after you've been live for an hour, now it's 8 seconds off, and you're like, what the actual fuck? It's crazy. You need a degree in audio engineering to figure this shit out, to be fair. Yeah. Next one.
Hi-Fi asks, since I got caught in the Comcast debacle, will VIP voice override the TTS Q voice, or will each VIP need their own ask command?
Will VIP voiceover override the TTS Q voice? No. If you want the VIPs to have their own voice, you would have to set it up. Do you remember when we were helping in the Discord? We were helping Dark Delilah with setting up the TTS, and I had that instructions for removing all of the voice aliases and setting them to their exact username, and then having Streamer.bot use that as a variable to know which voice. That's what you would have to do. You would have to add the if statements to your ask TTS and use that variable. Where to go?
Oh!
This one.
Oh, hello.
So instead of having a voice alias here, it would be, there's Laura. It would be, whatever user name or whatever. And then if it doesn't find a match, it would have to go to a default, right? So you'd have the variables, but yeah, we did all that there. It's the same thing, but I don't know. For me, I think the TTSQ has its own voice, and that's the voice, because it doesn't, I don't know. It's a personal thing, right? So it's going good. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, we were talking about you in a good way this time. We always talk about you in a good way. But yeah, there are ways to do it. Just, yeah. It's one of those, do I really need to? But good this time? Yeah. Yeah. And every other time. I just wanted to specifically say it was good stuff this time, too. But you know how to do that. I already know, and that's why I'm not going into detail, and I should probably for future people, but Fi already knows how to make those variables. Fi already knows how to set the voice aliases because we've covered it so much going back and forth in the Discord. So it's like beating a dead horse at this point. Yeah. But I am going to cover that specifically in a tutorial where we're gonna have a Twitch channel point redeem that will actually use the voice aliases based on who redeems it. So if you have people in your chat, like your VIPs or your subscribers or whatever, that have their own voices, when they use that redeem, we're gonna be able to go, oh, they have their own voice, let's use their voice. And if they don't have a voice, it'll use whatever you have set for the default. So it's basically the exact same thing that we're talking about here. And you can just apply, obviously the trigger, wouldn't be a channel point redeem, right? But the steps to duplicate that would be the exact same. So look forward to that. I think that'll probably be in a couple of weeks. I'm going to do the Discord permissions this week, and I'm also I think I'm going to cover the Snapcam webcam filters. I'm going to cover that one this week as well. So might get to do that one next time. Hey Pixel, how are you? Welcome in. How's it going, my friend? Good to see you. We have 2 more questions so far. Cool. Let's answer one.
Malcolm 1971 asked, I am working on a point redeem for the Streamer.bot point system and need a little help on it, having trouble on figuring out how to subtract the points used from your point total.
Doing okay? Nice to catch your stream finally. It's nice to have you here, man. So Malcolm says, working on a point redeem for the Streamer.bot point system. Okay. Need a little help on having trouble on figuring out how to subtract the points used from the point total. I don't use the point system, so I don't know. Fi, you use the point system, don't you? Can you? Shouldn't it subtract automatically when they're used? I thought they did. Never touched it and everything masks on its own. Yeah, so maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, Malcolm, and I apologize if I am. Conan! Yeah, okay. So what is it not doing? Like somebody's using their points, but it's not subtracting from their total? How are you, Conan? It's good to see you. That's the part you're stuck on how to do it. Okay. You're tired, you just woke up from a long nap. You're eating food. Conan eating food? I don't believe it. You're doing well. Yeah, doing well. That's me. But I did not use Twitch points. Signed, his moderator. Your favorite hobby is eating. I know. I know. So you have the channel point setup, right? There's a clickable button in your channel point redeems. And is the action or whatever running and it's just not taking their points away, or is nothing happening? Right, I understand that. Wait, you're not an affiliate, so you don't have channel points. So yours are all going to have to be commands, not channel points. Yeah, it should use subtracting the points should all be in the what's it called? In the action. So yours are going to have to be commands though, not channel points. And we have ads coming up, and I apologize for that. Cooldowns, add points, set points. Sorry about the ads. We'll be right back. I'm going to look into this while we're on there. Okay, we're gonna wait for the ads to finish. Well, Malcolm, you're subscribed. You're still here. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure on where you're stuck. Because yeah, with this one, like everything as far as the points goes, unless you're adding points to a user, the subtraction from their total and stuff, and it checks if they have enough to run that specific action. And if they don't, then it won't let them. If they do, then it's all done on its own. You just have to make the commands. So in your streamer bot, you're going to have this where it says command redeem something YouTube. You're going to right click and duplicate, and then you're going to edit the duplicate. Well, say copy at the end, and then you're going to get this little pop and just rename it to whatever you want. And this will be the action that's going to run when they run that command. So for example, he's doing a redeem sound, so the command might be !sound, right? So in here, then you're going to go to the action, and you're going to see this set argument. You're going to double click on that, and you're going to change the name to whatever. The set argument point costs up here, this is how much you want them to pay from their points to run this action. So if you want something to cost 100 of your points, you change this 20 to 100, right? What do you mean it won't work for you? Because you're not, this has nothing to do with being affiliated or not. This has absolutely nothing to do with being affiliated. That's the entire point of this point system. That's where I'm confused with your question. I don't know exactly what you're stuck on. You said you can't figure out how to subtract the points, but you don't. It automatically does it when the action is run. So what's not working? No, that's not what I wanted. This one? Y'all are gonna make me install this fucking thing. I swear to God. Was it Terrier Darts one that we looked at? Is this the one, Phi? Yeah. This is the one? Okay. All right, Malcolm, show me what you got. YouTube is bugging. Yeah. Usually. Okay. See the points. 85,550. Yep. Good. What do you have? Oops, wrong one. Got a crash. All right, Phil. Thank you for hanging out. Get some good sleep, my friend. All right. Whoops. Damn it. Why do I have? All right, Malcolm, can you show me your actions in Streamer.bot on your stream? Welcome back, bye. Yeah, that would be easiest. Let's do that. Target user is a number. Why are you making them do that? Like, why not just have exclamation point Macarena, exclamation point Imagine, instead of using the if statements? Just, I mean, okay, where are the rest of the actions from the point system? It should have come with like 13 of them. Okay. Click on sample redeem. The very bottom one there. Okay. So this is the actual one that has all of the code in it. This is where you set how many points your things are and all that. This is the one you need to duplicate and then add your messages and run actions and stuff to that. So the get user specific redeemer points, the if points args is less than, all of those need to be in each of those other actions. Your Macarena, your Imagine, all of them. If it's not actually running anything against the points. You're just triggering that action to run based on their input. Like, I don't have any points in your stream, right? I have 150, but watch this. Use points 1,000. It's going to do it because you're not linking that action to the point system. So you see all of that, all of those actions there are the sub actions on that sample redeem need to be in each one of your actual redeems. And then where it says 500, there's two places where points and where did he say to put them? Whoops. Set the cost in the two places. So in the example, he has them set to 500. So if you want Macarena to cost 1,000, you're going to change those 500s to 1,000. You see what I'm saying? But that, you need to duplicate the sample redeem, and then whatever you have currently on your Macarena, you add that to the bottom of that redeem. Because right now, like your Macarena one and all, they're not linked to the currency system. They're just there. And your trigger is a command that anybody can use. Because it's not checking if they actually have enough points for it. So it's not doing the math. It's not taking away their points because it's not linked to the point system. Does that make sense? Okay. Right click on the currency sample redeem and choose duplicate. Okay, now edit the duplicated one and rename it currency. Instead of sample redeem copy, just name it Macarena. It's break time. It won't let you edit it? What are you talking about? You literally have an action. You right click and choose edit. And then you give it a new name. Let me zoom in for you. Take that action, edit, new name. Did you type in a new name? It has to be a unique name. That's why I said leave the currency part there. So you can be like, it'll be currency Macarena or whatever. It won't let you name something that already has that name. So for example, I have one called account age, right? So if I edit this one and I do account age, it won't let me because it's exactly the same as another one. So it has to be different. I can put a 1 on it. I can misspell it. As long as it's not the exact same. There you go. Okay, so now go to your current Macarena one and click on it to see the sub actions. Okay. You want to, one at a time, you want to right click on those and copy. So start with your OBS media state, right click on it, choose copy. And then we're going to go back to Macarena 1 and you're going to paste it at the bottom. and then just right click and choose paste sub action. Okay, do that for the other two sub actions in the original Macarena as well, so that all three of them are right there. Yep, perfect. Okay, so now in the sub actions of Macarena 1, every time you see a 500, change it to 1,000. So you'll double click on like the set argument points left, change that 500 at the end to 1,000. That one you don't need to. But the like if points args is less than 500, double click into that one, change the 500 to 1,000. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now go back to the action that you have all of your if statements on. Now the use points one. Okay, and then the very first if statement you have there, double click into that and change Macarena to the Macarena 1 sub action or action. No, just double click into it. You're changing that one right there, changing it from the do action where it says do Macarena. Click that button and change the Macarena to Macarena 1. There you go. Now in your chat, do use points 1,000. And then if you check your points, you should have 84,550. Woo! So there you go. That's how you have to do it. You have to actually tie it into those actions. So now you can duplicate Macarena 1 and make Imagine 1 and do the same thing until you have your other ones, and then just keep duplicating those to add more. But you have to have those, the point actions and stuff in there, or else it's not tied to it. You are very welcome, sir. Yeah, it was just a setup issue. You had the right stuff, you just didn't have your redeems attached to the point system. They were just off on their own. Cool. We have another question. Let's go ahead and get to that.
Chaz Focus asks, sorry Beardo. Did you answer my question about logic already? Had to step away for a moment.
Yeah. I don't remember what I said. We were talking about the voice commands, right? And then you said, can I include all of those in the command? That was the question. I don't see that question, but what was it here? Practical use case with logic, the if-then statements. And are we still talking about the voice command stuff, or is this something different? Something different. Okay, I don't see the other questions, so it might not have gone through, or it might got caught up when we were dealing with the troll. So just go ahead and ask me again. You don't have to do the exclamation point ask, just ask me in chat. You got caught up in the Comcast? Okay, yeah, so. Yeah, I remember if I asked if your first question was answered. Yeah, I do remember that. And then your very next question was about the can we include all those in the command? Can I name some practical use cases for if-then logic? Yeah. One practical use, I have my VIPs, for example. Every VIP I have on Twitch has their own welcome sound and their own welcome GIF that plays the first time they speak in chat for the day, right? So I have that logic set up as all if statements to find out who's actually speaking. So I have all of my VIP actions here, right? And this controls what is visible, what sound is played, and all of that, right? So I have my check now on my welcome message. So if the user is banned, we're not going to do anything, right? Because sometimes people will come in their first message and they get banned. So I have them banned. And then I'm saying, if the user is this person or this person or this person, we're going to run their specific welcome message. And then if it's none of these, then we're just going to run the default welcome. You can have if-else statements for random number generators. Like we have people that have like dice rolls, like you want to roll a D20. And then you can have the chat message display what that number is. So you do exclamation point D20 and you'll get a message that says, you know, oh, Chaz rolled an 8. But if somebody gets a natural 1 or a nat 20, maybe I want to have something different, right? So instead of just the chat message, maybe we have like a celebration on stream with confetti and shit because they got a 20. So I would have an if statement. If random number equals 20, then do this shit. Otherwise, just send the message. I mean, there's thousands of reasons you want to use an if-else. Thousands of reasons. Anytime you want to check something and do something different based on a criteria, you'd want to use an if statement. You know? Maybe it's you want to do something special for your subscribers, so you have a channel point redeem that does something for everybody. For example, maybe they have a channel point redeem that does a you know, like a daily check-in, right? Where it has, oh, Chaz has checked into my stream 8 times, you know, welcome back. But I want my subscribers to have a different message. Maybe it's like, oh my God, our subscribers are here. They've checked in 38 times, you know, whatever, right? So it's a different message. Use an if statement for that. It's just going to check whether one thing is different than the other. But I mean, there's countless reasons for them. Yeah. We have objects in a scene and you want to add a third object. I mean, you can. That's not really the best option for it, though. That would all just be handled within the action, right? So when you set the visibility of the third object to visible, you just set the visibility of the other two to hidden. That would be the easiest way. I mean, you can, you know, if object 3 is visible, is set to true, you know, or whatever, you know, but you don't really need it for that. The if statements are basically to check 2 different things, right? 2 different situations, and then run an action based on which one returns true, right? But as with anything and most things in coding, you know, there's 5 different ways to do it. So whichever works best for you and makes it, you know, the easiest for you, that's the one you go with. Oh, I love this stuff too. Yeah. I love getting shit and I'm just like, I have no idea how to make that happen. Let's make it happen. That's one of my favorite things. But yeah, man. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You dream about OBS and DaVinci Resolve? Ugh. DaVinci Resolve. Ugh. Just kidding. I tried using DaVinci Resolve. It's so overly complicated, dude. Fusion page. I use Vegas Movie Studio. I mean, I know DaVinci's, it's good, and the price is right. I need to use it more, but the one thing that DaVinci Resolve does better than Vegas is chroma key. Vegas actually kind of sucks at chroma key. DaVinci can handle chroma key very, very well, but the steps to get it to happen is like, you have to do like 9 different fucking steps, and it's like, I'll just fucking do it in OBS.
Hi, how are you?
You find DaVinci super easy. You also put ketchup on your steak, so your opinion is
I'm sorry,
invalid.
Daisy, I don't want to go to your house and make out. I'm playing with my streamer bot.
Hi, Evie. How are you? There's multiple. Yeah, there are. Honestly, out of every program that I have ever used, OBS has the best chroma key. Making dens, awesome. What are we having for dinner? Like on my when I'm doing like my tutorials and shit, I don't really have a need for chroma key, so I don't ever really care about it. But if I do it in OBS. Learning how to do thumbnails in there. Nice. Yeah. He better eat that sausage patty. I'm gonna ground him if he doesn't. Ground. I use Photoshop, I use GIMP, I use Canva. I have like almost every editing for images and video there is. Not everyone, but you know what I mean. Fucking Handbrake and Wondershare and like, Movie Studio is so fucking simple. It's just here, hit these buttons, do the thing, add text, add graphic, whatever. Done. Export. I do want to get better at using some of the other ones though, because I know a lot of people do and they have a lot of questions, but what Photoshop style software do I find to use? Photoshop is really, it's easiest for me because I've been using it since, long time, late 90s. GIMP is exactly the fucking same, just some of their stuff is different. Some of their hotkeys to do things are different, but it's exactly the same. I mean, obviously for the amount of stuff you can do, those are the two top, right? But there's other ones. And if it's something like stupid quick that I need to do, like a resize or, remove a background or whatever, I just fucking do that shit online. Like some of those websites are just so fast. It's like, why bother opening my software when I can just do it in like 3 clicks on the browser page? So it really just depends on what I need done. If I'm making like an animated GIF and I want specific frames, I'll use Photoshop. If I want to do detail, like custom fit with an image, you know, like removing a background or changing colors, I'll use GIMP. It does better in those areas than I think Photoshop does. You know, but yeah, like I have like 7 or 8 bookmarks for different websites. Like there's been times, you know, like when I was doing emotes and stuff, and I have like 30 files that I need to resize. I found a website that'll resize all 30 of them at once. Why wouldn't I do that? Why would I open Photoshop or GIMP and load each one individually, do the resize, save it, overwrite, load the next one? Remove BG is really good for removing backgrounds. It doesn't always get them right. Depends on the colors in the image. But I use that one, and if it doesn't work, then I'll use GIMP. You know? But yeah, I mean, it really just depends on, you know, what you're comfortable with, what you need done, and what you're happy with as far as the result goes. You know? Now, if I need to be like pixel perfect, and I'm doing like a photo editing, and I need to be like spot on, like 3 pixels over will be too much, I'll use GIMP. You know? But yeah, there are so many tools. Yeah, and there's more. I mean, there's what, Kitra and fucking, I don't know, Paint. I do a lot of shit in Paint. Paint is actually quite powerful. People don't realize it, you know? You do a lot of shit in Paint, and it's so quick, you know? Like, I'm not going to bother doing all that shit in GIMP or Photoshop when Paint can do it twice as fast, you know? So I really think it just comes down to what you're comfortable using and what the needs are for that particular project, you know? Yeah, exactly. You know, and me being the tutorial guy, I've had to do that, you know? Like I despise Firebot, but I had to learn how to use it because I have friends that use it and they keep asking me questions. Have I used Topaz Lab stuff? I have not. No. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. One of my favorite sites for like video and image editing and stuff is EasyGIF. That place is like everything. You think you want to invest someday in there? Hell yeah. Speaking of investing, did you guys hear that fucking Mr. Beast wants to buy TikTok? Chatting for Poke Points. Look them up, Topaz Labs. Sure, we can do that. Easy GIF, GIF. Easy GIF. What am I looking up again? Topaz Labs. What is gigapixel? That sounds huge. Upscale and enhance any image 16x. $99. There are websites that'll do it for free. Where am I at? I just want to do multiples all at the same time. Lossless. $99. I better do my dishes or something. I mean, and that's kind of the thing, right? Is because, you know, you have the paid software and you have the free software. Is the paid software better? In most times, probably. Yeah, in most cases. Will the free software do what I need? Yeah, in most cases. So if I can use the free stuff or a cheaper version or whatever, because it's going to get what I need it to do, yeah, no problem. You know what I mean? But again, it's all in what you're comfortable with and what you want to do. You know. This one I use a lot. Red ketchup. This thing will actually resize an animated GIF without losing quality. You want to make it bigger, smaller, change the file size so that it fits on Twitch. Remove a couple of frames so that it's less than 60 so you can upload it to Twitch. Red ketchup will do it. Easy GIF, like I linked to earlier, is one of my favorites. So that thing does so fucking much, dude. You can turn a video into a GIF into an MP4. You can rotate videos, resize, reverse. You can cut, you can crop. That's just video. You can convert any file type to any other file type. You can crop things. You can rotate things. You can make GIFs. All for free, and it's super quick. Like, yeah, I love the video stuff. Especially the resize is hit or miss. I actually have a website that I use for video resizing. Where you go? This one. Veed. I use Veed a lot. But I mean, again, it's what you need, you know, and what you're willing to allow. You know, some people want that it's got to be super fucking perfect in every aspect, right? You get, yeah, it's been around a while. It does save a lot of time. Yeah, and like I said, for quick edits, stupid things, you know, like I was doing that one, you know, people were getting mad at me, but when we were doing the, I have it set up where you can make a clip and I can press a button and it'll record just like, oh, not clip, my shorts, right? And it'll record, but it records sideways. So my webcam's over on the left, but I'm actually turned, you know, this way or whatever. I think actually it looks like this. So, you know, it's all sideways based on whatever we have, right? And then I would save it because I click the button. It automatically records that scene in OBS and saves it to my desktop. without like all the alerts and all that extra crap that comes up on this scene. And so I can make a short or whatever, but it's sideways. But I was using, I think it was Easy GIF or whatever, and I was rotating it 90 degrees. You know, and people are like, well, why don't you just use editing software and you can do it all at once? And I'm like, yeah, but why? Because it's already done. All I need to do is rotate it 90 degrees and I can upload it to TikTok, YouTube, you know, whatever. Why would I open my software and then wait 20 minutes for it to fucking re-render when I just need to rotate it? You know, I'm not making edits. I'm not adding shit. I'm just rotating. I use online service for that. Yeah, it's simple. You know, yes, I can do it in Movie Studio and I can do it in DaVinci and I can do it in fucking VLC if I wanted to. But why make all those extra steps? Don't be like Draco. Hufflepuff, people. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what house I was in. What's the one that's a dinosaur? That's the one I'm in. But again, that's what I like to do, right? And I know people that can do what I'm doing with like Easy GIF or whatever in DaVinci or in Movie Studio or in Wondershare and can do it faster because that's what they're comfortable with. Cool, man, do it. Go. Fucking, I'm not trying to force you to do what I do because that's not going to work for everybody. You know what I mean? But for me, like rotating that video 90 degrees is all I need to do. It would take me about 10 minutes to get it done in Movie Studio. Mainly because of the rendering time, because it's got to re-render, you know, and depending on how long the video is. Easy GIF can do it in like 5. And I don't have to open a new program. I can do it while I'm streaming, you know? Well, so why wouldn't I? But other people may not want that, right? Maybe I want to do it in DaVinci. Maybe I want to do it in VLC. That's great. Fucking do it, man. Whatever works for you. That's the important part. You know? Will I ever pay $99 for a Topaz Lab feature? No. But I'm not saying nobody should. You know what I mean? DJ, welcome in. But it's all a matter of taste, of preference, of what you're comfortable with, you know? And there's no wrong answer. As long as the result at the end is what you're looking for and what you want, you did it right. You know what I mean? Right. We're out of questions. I'm very disappointed in you guys. I'm just kidding. No. What about this new overlay? I have no idea, dude. I need to figure out what elements I want on there. You never got your automatic raid sorted. You have 4,000 questions. That's a lot of questions. That's a lot. That's like 4,000 more than I have right here. That's like all the questions. Animating in OBS. Good luck. No. Honestly, my honest answer to that, go see Gal Level. The man is a fucking genius with making OBS do shit. And I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel. This man, I don't care, can do fucking anything in OBS, and only in OBS. He has, I think he even has a fucking bounce tutorial, if I'm not mistaken. He just recently did one where, you know how like I have on my Twitch stream on the just chatting scene, I have the little reverb, so when I talk it does like the equalizer bars or whatever. Like he's made those in OBS like super fucking fancy, far more than like any of the plugins do. He is an artist, a graphical artist by nature. My very first overlays and shit were from him. Yeah. Crazy. Bagger, hi, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. I have your question. We'll answer that when the ad break is over, because I know you're on Twitch. So we'll wait for the Twitch ad break to be over, and then we'll answer that. You need a potty again? Okay. Well, we're going to take advantage of the Twitch ad break, and we're going to go BRB so I can take the dog out again. Because apparently he's got to pee this time. Oh, you got to pee? Or do you need to poop? You need to pee. Oh, I misread your message, Bagger. I know you weren't talking to me then. Greetings, young beard. That's not me. All right, here go the ads on Twitch. I apologize for that. We'll be right back after a word from... I'll see you in a few minutes. No, I can just stay in the goddamn ball, you stupid fuck. You're a level fucking 2, for fuck's sake. Watch is gonna kill me now. He's gonna get out of the ball, fucking tackle, and I'm gonna die. And we're gonna do this all over again. You kidding me? A fucking level 2 fucking Pidgey gets out of the ball twice.
I barely know her.
Flick her in the front, poke her in the rear. Welcome to the pub. Tink, come here. One in the pink, 2 in the tink. Oh, oh! Can you hear me? I am not an insect? Are you an insect? What is that? Stop breaking things, bro. This is a very delicate archaeological treasure site. Dude, don't be a dick. Freezing temps. We got freezing temps? Could be a Goryo. See?
F in chat, even the ghost said that.
Streamer should have one. Plus, I want to copy Alex.
Saved me here, by the way.
I got a legendary bush.
I got a legendary bush. Wow. What?
Not to
What an
toot my own horn, but do you want to see my legendary bush? Let's see. All right. Banner circle type monist. Monist. Honest. Go. Asshole. Trying to get my beans. I should make the party pup eat them. Do you want him to eat a fucking old bandaged bean? Because he will. Being bad means protecting him from not shitting all over my fucking living room. I'm gonna be bad. Probably. Dirty bastard. There's an achievement called, where'd it go? Lose your mind. And it says, did I just no-clip through reality? So I'm seeing if there's like a secret wall or something I can go through. That's why I'm doing this. There is a method to my madness. Madness? There's a method to my madness. I have no flashlight. Okay. What do we got here? We got nothing. Oh, Jesus fucking Oh my God. Okay. Fuck. That was not expected. Okay, this is the other side. Oh, fuck you! Hey, naked bloody lady, come back. No juicy chicken. Where does the egg go? Where does the egg go? Gold book egg. Gold book egg. No, the bones don't go crack, crack, crack. No, no bone cracking. That's no. I got gold already. Fuck. Let's see. All right. Banish. Oh, alrighty, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Hi, Rez. Welcome in. Didn't you already add that one? Why are you adding it twice? Oh, can I? And okay, never mind. They are different. You're so weird, Vi. You're so fucking weird. Oh, we're out of ad breaks. We're out of ads. The break is over. I don't know. Weird is better. It is, yeah.
DJ_live in hope 007 asked, how do you sort your automatic using sources?
How do I sort my automatic using sources? My automatic what? How do I sort my what? Explain. I do not understand. It's my fault. I don't understand. I'm a little slow. What exactly do you mean? So my raid. Oh, okay. So like when I go to my raid screen, yeah. So okay, how do I sort my automatic raid? It's using my source. Okay. Basically, it's just a series of shit. So let's see. Wrong one. One day I'll consolidate all these bots into one. Today's not that day. So, this is my raid. So, I start with whatever current scene I'm on. I begin the transition, like we always do, the ice crackling and whatnot. That goes down. I set my sources, right? So, shit that I don't need anymore, alerts, blur, all that gets muted. My microphone, Discord are not muted. The background music is not muted, but everything else gets muted. Bots, everything. And so I can talk and say my goodbyes or whatever. I set my visibility state on whatever is on the screen. Like, for example, right now you have, the Ko-Fi links and all that. Those get hidden. My first in chat, the 5 down there, images, those get hidden. And then we automatically change the scene to my ending scene. I set a delay for about 3 seconds. And then I send a message to Twitch that says, hey, thanks for watching. I send one to YouTube, says, thanks for watching. I delay another 2 seconds. And then on Twitch, because we raid out on Twitch, I send the message, my little raid message that people can copy. And then I reset my transition. When I'm on Twitch only, I have a specific person that we're raiding to at that time, and so my raid message will be like !raid and then their name. And so that is populated into the variables their name is, and so I use that to set the GDI text to say who we're raiding, and it scrolls across the bottom. So basically I just look at my ending scene and I say, what is it that I want enabled, disabled, turned on, populated, with a name or a variable, and then I just make a sub action for that, and it's all tied to my !raid message, or command, and it runs all of that stuff. So you just go one by one, like I started with the transition. Obviously we got to transition to that scene, right? So I start my transition stuff. And then the ice comes in, it changes to my ending scene behind that. The ice goes out, we're on my ending scene. And while that's going on, all of my audio gets set, and I just go one by one, and I look at my ending scene, and I'm like, oh, blurb doesn't need to be on. So we turn that audio off, the bots and the sound alerts and all that don't need to be on. I turn all those off. My microphone does need to be on. So I need to make sure that even though my microphone is on this scene, right, my microphone is not on my Be Right Back screen. And it hasn't happened yet, knock on wood, but there may be an instance where I go BRB to let the dog out or refill coffee or whatever, and I get a phone call or an email, or my bathroom catches on fire and I've got to end stream, right? So I go raid, and so I say goodbyes. If my microphone is off because we're on my Be Right Back screen, it would still be off. So I need to make sure that it's on. So you got to think about all those kind of things. What do I need on? What do I need off? What do I want to show? What do I not want to show? And anything that's potentially going to be on the ending scene that you don't want visible because of nested scenes or whatever, you just turn those off. If something's on the ending scene and needs to be turned on, you just turn it on. And just let the bot run through each one of those actions and do those steps. That's basically it. I don't do anything super special that I do with any other scene transition, I just have it. It's just there, but yeah, if you're trying to set one up, you just go through one thing at a time, like for example here, okay, here's my Bean Boozled, which I need to turn off anyway because I don't have any beans. but I don't want people donating or, giving me 100 bits to eat a bean or whatever when I'm trying to leave, because then I'd have to cancel the raid and all that bullshit, right? So I turn that off, and I just turn the visibility of it off. And then the next thing I look at my scene, like, oh, well, the Ko-Fi links. If I'm going to turn the Bean Boozled one off, I might as well turn the Ko-Fi one off. So then I come down here, I turn that one off. And then I don't need the donation bar if the donation link isn't there. So I turn that one off. My first five in chat, which, by the way, there's still an open spot on Twitch for the 5th one. We're not going to show those because I'm going to have my credits in that area, right? So I'm going to turn those off, the visibility. And then we're going to switch to the actual scene. I need to go to that scene now that all that stuff is turned off. So when that scene is actually visible, it's all done already. You know what I mean? And you just go through one at a time, one thing at a time, and just add that sub action to control that one item until you're all the way done. You can use those steps on unnecessary. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, for example, like all of my audio is in a nested scene, right? Which is why I control my audio here in this group. All of this stuff all of these are in a single scene, and I just nest them into all of my other scenes. And then I just control them manually one by one, depending on what scene I'm going to, which ones are muted and which ones are not. If I wanted the entire scene to be hidden or, muted, no problem. Just fucking mute the entire scene or, disable the visibility of it. Yeah. It's super simple. Some of it can be time consuming. There's going to be times when you overlook something. You're like, oh, fuck, I need to add that. Just go back and add it. Easy. I just try to take it one step at a time. Like I said, I look at, I know that 9 times out of 10, I'm going to go to my ending scene from this scene that we're on now. And so those are the 2 that I'll primarily focus on. And then I'll try to ask myself, okay, well, what happens if I go to my ending scene, but I'm on my be right back screen? And then so I'll add something. If I'm on my be right back screen, I need to turn off, the clips. I need to do whatever, right? And I'll add that in as an extra just in case. Have to run. See you next time. All right, Zuli. Thank you, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. The downstream keyer is great for specific use case. Yeah, it can be. Lower thirds as well. I'm not a fan of the downstream keyer. I just find it redundant, but not everybody sets their shit up like I do. Streamer.bot has the new UI, so getting there with it, yeah, they do. And it's beautiful, and we love it. We love it. But I mean, it's the same exact thing. Yeah. Set a new action, new sub action. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we like the new UI though. I'm not a big fan of the icons in front of the sub actions, especially the if else statements. Like, it just makes it more convoluted. What I really don't like though is the comments. Like in the old versions, right, your comments were, the whole line was that color, and now it's just the icon changes color and the text remains white, and I don't like that. I think the text needs to be the color too, so it kind of stands out as this is a comment. But they didn't ask me, so. I mean, technically they did, because I'm in the alpha and I could post in there and say that, but I'm just one little dude. Nobody's going to listen to me anyway. But yeah, next week, by next Saturday, Streamer.bot the 1.0 alpha will be running the entire stream. So hopefully it doesn't crash. We're gonna test it. It's gonna run all of these other bots are gonna be upgraded to the new version, and then it's gonna run the entire stream, and we're gonna see what happens. It's not technically ready to be run live, but how else are we gonna test it if we don't run it live? All right, so that's that. But yeah, no, I agree, Jeff. The downstream keyer can be very versatile. There's just the things that it does, I really don't have a need for. I have other ways that I find better. It's not, well, yeah. I mean, we're on Alpha 9 now. Alpha 1, 2, and 3. We're pretty fucking bug riddled. Like, you couldn't even click on the thing without it breaking and shutting down. You know, but Nate has fixed a lot of things. So, you know, I still wouldn't rely on it for the end user. For most of you, I wouldn't rely on the alpha version to run your streams. But you know, obviously it's up to you. But like I said before, there's so many things in the new version that we're testing them to see if we even want them. And so if you start relying on them and you use them and then Nate decides, nah, we're getting rid of that, you're kind of fucked, you know? And now you got to redo that whole shit. So just keep that in mind. You know, if you're relying on something and that feature goes away because you made it it was an alpha, that's kind of on you, you know? But other than that, yeah, I mean, I honestly, my main like Twitch stream, I'm not gonna move that over to the new version until it's in like late beta, and then I will. But the alpha version will not see my main Twitch stream. But we do it here because we're testing things and we're on the cutting edge, the latest OBS, the latest Streamer.bot, you know, the latest whatever, because I know a lot of you are using those and you're going to come in here and be like, hey, this fucking broke. And if I haven't used it yet, I won't even know what to tell you, you know? So, but that's what this stream is for. But the rest of my Twitch streams, not yet, son. I don't trust it that much. I love Nate. He does some great work, but I've been around long enough to see all of his shit break. So SnarkyBot is on alpha, yeah, and has been since alpha 5. But he is very limited, right? He's got a timed message and his mocking thing. That's all he does. Well, and the throwing shit at my head. But so it's not very intensive, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have half the shit that the other bots do. So I figured it was safe to test him with that, you know. But we got a couple questions. Let's get to it.
DJ_live-in-hope007 asked, is there a good place to get raid animations?
Probably. Depends on what you're looking for, right? I mean, I assume like you're talking about like on your ending screen, you want like stuff going on there, or are you talking about like a transition to your rating screen? Just, you know, I mean, honestly, like a transition, probably the cheapest, quickest, and cleanest method, Etsy. If you want something unique, and you know what you want, Fiverr. hire somebody. They'll make a one of a kind, usually in about a day or two. Cost you $10, you know. But you can find transitions and cool shit on Etsy that'll fit what you need, you know, for like right now. And usually you can get them pretty cheap. But yeah, if you want something unique that nobody else has, hire somebody to make it for you. And if you don't know anybody that can do it, Fiverr. And they'll do it. You know, I've hired a couple of people off Fiverr to make some shit, and it's turned out really well. I haven't been disappointed. But you have to know what you want, you know? If you're just like, oh, I want something, a tavern theme, like we did, you know, for my stream. Yeah. And I don't really have an idea of exactly what I want. I'm not going to waste the person on Fiverr's time because I may not want what they put out, you know, and they may only offer 1 or 2 revisions, you know, whereas I can I can use Etsy. I can scroll through Etsy and look up, you know, search terms, tavern transitions, you know, bar, beer transitions, or, you know, whatever. And I can get ideas and be like, oh, you know what? That'll work for now. I can buy that one for $3.80 or whatever it is, you know. You've used Fiverr for your emotes. Yeah. So you know what. But I think, honestly, I think that's the best way, especially if you don't have the skill to make them like I don't. I do not have digital art skills at all. I wish I did, but I don't. And I'm not going to take the time to learn them because I have other shit I want to learn. So I'm going to hire that out. Right? We have a little secret, a little moving forward secret for you. Once the tavern transition is complete, we are going to have a stream mascot. Snarky Bot is going to have sentience, and he is going to be the mascot. And he's a little chameleon. And he's a creepy looking little fucker dude. And I love him to death. And I paid for him. I didn't make him. I don't have that skill. But he's really cool. And he's animated, and he's going to do shit and say shit. And every time Snarky Bot does a snarky message, it's going to come up as a little speech bubble and all of that. So he's going to be pretty cool. So that's coming, you know. But I already have the chameleon stuff, the files and all that for him. It's already done. I just got to do my part, which is much harder. Well, I don't know if it's harder, but it takes longer. So I was happy with that, you know. But yeah, you can find anything you want. And also, don't overlook game resource websites. They have a lot of cool little shit that you get to build your game that will work on stream. itch.io has a lot of stuff, you know, and you can get things that you may not think of and, you know, look at it and go, I could use that as a fucking emote, you know. Yeah, it's a game asset, but fuck, it's $2 and I can make it an emote. Right? So don't overlook little things and try to think outside the box of where you can find things, right? Like, so, you know, game assets, you know, especially if you have like a specific theme in your stream, like we're moving over to a tavern theme here. You know how many fucking bar, tavern, fucking Viking shit that looks bar and taverny you can get as game assets for fucking cheap, right? I have a whole fucking file of them, you know. Especially like, you know, like we're looking at this stuff, right? I have like you have the game, you know, the GUI interface stuff. You remove the play button and you got this badass background for, you know, $2. You know what I mean? So there's plenty of places that you can go, and if you think outside the box like that, you can find some really good deals and some really cool stuff that not everybody else is going to have, because everybody's going to go to Etsy, right? Every streamer has been to Etsy at least once. You know what I mean? But not every streamer goes to gamer resources like itch.io or Fuck, what are some of the other ones? I have a whole bunch of them bookmarked. Hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. Craftpix.net, pix with an X. Free3d.com, opengameart.org, itch.io, gamedevelopersstudio.com. Like, there's a lot of them, and you know, some of them are free, some of them are really fucking cool and very, very cheap. Some of them are like, if you pay a 1 month fee of $15, you can download everything on our website. Like, you know, so that's what I would do. If you can't find anything on Etsy that'll actually work and be what you want, look for game asset stuff. If you can't find it there and you don't want to make your own, go to Fiverr and hire it out. Find somebody that, you know, has good ratings but hasn't done a whole lot. There'll be like, you know, $10, $5 for a transition. Pay them, get it done.
Malcolm 1971 asked, can you link the other bots into one?
You can. Yep. You can use the there's sub actions for that. Streamer.bot. So the remote, you can send and receive remote triggers. Uses the internal WebSocket connections, and basically I can have one bot send a command to another bot to trigger actions to have things happen. So you can actually link multiple instances of your bots together that way. What I'm gonna do though, is I'm just gonna take all of this shit. Like, this is my dual stream bot, which I started when I just made it for the first dual stream. But this is my old bot that I was running when I was only streaming here on YouTube for this particular stream, and I didn't really feel like moving everything over. I just wanted to make some shit work on Twitch, and I tried to keep it separate so that shit on Twitch wouldn't get me demonetized when I showed it on YouTube and audio and stuff. And that's why I have the 3 different bots. Well, technically I have 4 bots running. But what I'm gonna do now that I know a little bit more about how to set up a dual stream is I'm just gonna make these 2 into one bot and just have a YouTube section and a Twitch section that run all in. And then I'm gonna probably just have Snarky Bot do his shit, and then the other bot run the stream. So I only have 2 bots. But yeah, you can link them together with the remote access sub actions and stuff. Send signal, receive signal, wait for signal. Pretty cool. And it's really handy, especially for like dual PC streamers and stuff. You can have shit on one PC that controls shit on the other through that. So you can have one on your OBS PC that runs all of your OBS stuff, and then on your gaming PC, you can have that one be the one that's connected to like your stream or your in-game stuff or your, you know, chat stuff or whatever, and send the signals to the other PC to run the shit on OBS. So there's lots of options. Hi, Bibbity. How are you? Welcome, man. Thank you for being the 5th one here. How are the stuff and the things? Well, thank you for buying a pint. Oh, we still have a question. Let's get to it.
Bagiclestein asked, would you share how you run your Ko-fi gold bar, and if you think Ko-fi is the go-to for donations, fees?
Ko-fi is all in one, and for me, it gives me exactly what I need. I started on Patreon, and there was just so much shit on Patreon that didn't have what I wanted it to have. some of the integrations, some of the setups, some of the features just weren't there for me. So I moved over to Ko-Fi. And Ko-Fi actually has everything that I need. Hi, Snakebite. Welcome in. But the integrations are all done through their buttons and widgets page. So they're just browser sources. So once you log into your account, you can make them. You can add a Ko-Fi button, and you just copy this, right? You can have stream alerts, Twitch chat alerts, and they're just different. Like here's that one that you see in the middle there, right? It's just a browser source URL. Yeah, it's all already done for you, and you can make changes. You know, so here's the goal. I can change the color of the goal bar. I can change the background of it and all that. And then it's just a browser source. Yeah, super simple. But you can add shit like buttons and widgets. You can add these, you know, to your website or whatever too. They have all their logos. They have WordPress logins, you know, so if you're up for that, they have Discord stuff, which Discord, like the auto rolls and everything, is kind of hit or miss. Like I have a couple of people that should have a different role in my Discord and it just won't update, and I need to like contact them and find out why. But no, there is integration in Streamer.bot for Ko-Fi. So we go integrations. I think it's integrations. No, where is it? God damn it. No, not stream apps. Where is my checkbox? Oh my God. I'm losing my damn mind. Hold on. I'm losing my mind. Here, no, that's not it. Oh, right here. I found it. There she is. So, as long as you have the integrations and Ko-Fi selected, triggers here, Ko-Fi, right here, you will get setting up to Quilt. Holy shit. I want to say hi. Then you have those, so we can come in here and we can make a trigger. We go to, let me zoom in. We can make a trigger. We can go in here. We go to integrations. We go to Ko-Fi, commission, donation, resub, a shop order, or a subscription. And we have all of those options, and they pull in variables. They're a little bit different. But like I have, for example, I have my donation. Where'd it go? Donation one is Ko-Fi. So any donation does a Twitch message, but this one, instead of user, it's from, right? And a donated amount is actually, the variable is called amount. And if they have a message, it's message. So yeah, it pulls in its own variables, but you can actually test the trigger. Just like that. And then when you go to your action history, once it's done, you can go to that and you can inspect the variables after run, and you can see everything that it pulls in. Message, amount, currency, the action name, the event source, all of that. So, and then there's also, I'm trying to remember, the API here will also give you a little bit of information. So this is what is sent. This is the data that is sent when you get a donation. So here, email, currency is subscription payment, is first subscription payment, transaction ID, shop item, tier name. So all of this stuff is sent if it's available, right? And so you can pull that in and use these variables in Streamer.bot. So you can go through and see those, but here's pretty much the full list of them. But yeah, it's pretty robust, and they talk well to each other. I've never had a problem with it. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. But yeah, I like Ko-Fi for that reason. Mainly because of the Streamer.bot integration, but also because it is so easy to use. Everything is step by step. Like if we set up and have a shop stuff, you can add stuff, digital items. Like, I do like the tutorials and stuff. Obviously, I have like my export codes and stuff are there. And then there's a spot on there for your YouTube video. So like I have my instructions on how to use this export code as a YouTube tutorial. It's on the fucking Ko-Fi page, right? Like, I don't even know if I showed you that. I'm gonna bring this back over here. Hello. So if we go to my shop, right, like this guy, here's the scrolling credits. I get to add my little picture, right? Here's a little description, but here's my fucking YouTube video. And if somebody watches it on here, it actually counts on YouTube as a view. All right? It's all here. It's so simple to set up and so easy to set up. But it's not for everybody. A lot of people, oops, why did I zoom in? A lot of people like Patreon and what it has to offer. But for my needs, it didn't quite get there. Some of the stuff that I needed, I had to use like third-party shit to get the integrations to go through, and then some of them were paid, and it was just like, ugh, But as far as the fees go, Ko-Fi doesn't take a cent unless you allow them to. So once you get your first donation, you can set it up where you give them 5%, but you don't have to. The only fees are going to come out wherever it gets sent. So if you only link PayPal, like I have PayPal and Stripe linked, so people can pay with like Google Pay and Apple Pay and credit cards and stuff if they don't want to do PayPal. So like PayPal will take a fee when the money comes in. And then if I want to move it to my credit card, right, PayPal will have another fee. So for example, if somebody were to go and donate to my Ko-Fi right now, $10, and it went through PayPal, that $10 would instantly be in my PayPal account as soon as the donation went through. Ko-Fi doesn't hold the money. They send it straight through. But that $10 would turn into like $9.70 something cents when it went into my PayPal, right? And then I'm like, oh, I need to withdraw that from PayPal to my credit card so I can go and buy dog treats or whatever, right? So then PayPal's going to take another fee. So by the time it goes from $10 on Ko-Fi to my credit card, I might only get like $9.20, but Ko-Fi didn't get any of that. It all went to PayPal. And same thing with Stripe. Stripe doesn't take a fee, or they take a fee when it comes through, but not to send to you. So if you sent me $10 on Ko-Fi through a credit card or Google Pay or Apple Pay, it would go through my Stripe account, and Stripe would get it also instantly. But that $10 would be like $9.73 or whatever. But that $9.73 is what I would get when it pays out to my credit card. So Ko-Fi's fees are very, very low because they're opt-in only, and if you want to give them 5% to help keep the site up and everything, cool, if you're really small and you're not getting a whole lot of action and donations and subscribers and stuff like that through there, then you don't have to, but the only fees that are going to come out are based on your payment services. So yeah, Super simple. Low fees. Yeah. Easy. Easy peasy. We have another question? All right.
DJ_live and Hope007 asked, what is your favorite Streamer.bot command?
Favorite Streamer.bot command? Oh. Wow. That's tough. I have no idea. Ooh. I don't know. There aren't any bad ones. Huh. Now, are you talking about like built in to Streamer.bot or ones that commands that I've created? Because I think with the new version 1.0, my favorite is the new if-else statements. That's going to be my favorite. That is the biggest improvement that was made, even bigger than dark mode. The if-else statements and the switch cases, huge. We can do so much now without having to add 17 other actions to point to. It can all be done right there in a switch case or an if-else statement. Go directly to a sub action instead of having to create another action. My favorite created one? Obviously, I like the TTS queue system, right? But I think one of my favorite ones is the stream marker for YouTube. I really like that because until we made that, you couldn't make a stream marker on YouTube that you could use while live. And we made that when we were making the TTS queue system. And now I have it set as its own thing. Because YouTube doesn't allow you to set stream markers. I mean, they do, but you can't do anything with them. They don't even get populated with a URL or anything or a timestamp until after your live stream is ended. So what's the fucking point of that, right? Like if I want to make a stream marker so I can remember something or point somebody to it or send them a link and go here, right here's where you want to go, and I'm still live, I should be able to do that. You know, but we, on this stream, on a Saturday stream, we created that shit. We're like, we now have stream markers with Streamer.bot for YouTube that go to the exact moment when you click that button, and they work every time. So that's probably one of my favorites.
Hi, how are you?
Although exclamation point meet is very fun too. Hi, Steve. Welcome in. Why the ellipses, Evie? Oh, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what you are talking about.
I do like sausage. I do like sausage a lot. Hell, you could have a sausage taco. I'd be down with it. I'd like meat. Give me meat. I want meat in my mouth. Put it in there.
You might be eating sausage right now. You're putting it in your mouth right now. You got meat in your mouth while you're talking to me. Don't talk with your mouth full. It's rude. I don't know, man. That's a great question. That's a tough question, DJ. Like honestly, because like I love everything that I've made, and I think some of them are very useful, but some of them are just fun and cool, and some of them I've made because they told me I couldn't make them. That can't be done. The fuck I say. Let's do it, even if it takes me 3 weeks, right, Fi? That's never gonna get old. I was one of the first people to come in with a problem, and it took me 3 weeks to figure out a way to fix it. But we fucking did it. Even though all the documentation said you couldn't do it. We fucking did it. Yep. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do. If I feel that your program, your app, whatever, has the capability based on what I can see it can do, I'm gonna make it do what I want it to do. And the fun part was we did all of that without C#. My video shoutouts, the mock bot, is that it? Just those two? Yeah. So there you go. The video shoutouts and the the snarky bot are the only two things I have in all of these iterations of Streamer.bot that use C#. So it can be done. It can be done. If you got a problem, you'll solve it. Check out my hook or my DJ revolves it. We need to blaze through these questions. Excuse me. Coming up on the end of the stream. I'm dying. Let's get to the next one.
Malcolm 1971 asked, how do you run multiple Streamer.bot?
Streamer.bot is a standalone program. So as long as you have the download and it is in a different directory, it'll run. Right? So I can download a version right now from the website. I can go to streamerbot.com or streamer.bot, and I can click download, and I can get the zip file, save it to my desktop. Now I don't have another version of the bot running from my desktop. So if I were to extract this and say yes, and we let it extract, we go down, we click the exe, it's going to open. It's going to run because it's all internal to this directory right here. Right? Connecting them is a different story. So for example, see, here he goes. He's open now. He is brand new. Look at this. So clean. There's nothing in it. Nothing connected. But it's up. It's running with all the other ones. Yeah, what a close. So you can actually have multiples. Now I have my main one, which is in its own, my streaming directory. I have the YouTube one, which is in my YouTube streaming directory. I have Snarky Bot, which is in his own directory. So they're in different places, but Streamer.bot is contained to this folder. Wherever this folder is, that's where that Streamer.bot is going to run from. So as long as I don't try to add another one to my desktop and overwrite this one, I can have it anywhere I want. Okay. But you do have to be careful if you're connecting multiples to the same service. So for example, like I have Snarky Bot and my Streamer Bot going to Twitch. right? So on my settings, here I give it a different name just so I can see what it is, because that's just the name that appears up at the top. But like my stream apps, they can connect to OBS, no problem. But my server clients, the WebSocket servers, might need to be a different port, because not everything can connect to port 8080 with the same endpoint name. But other than that kind of stuff, you know, making sure that they're all on a different port or whatever. I can't remember which one he's on. So I put SnarkyBot on 8083, right, where my main bot is on 8080, wherever it went. No, there, right. So other than that, a Spinda. But other than that, you know, you really don't have to worry too much about it. WebSockets and all that for OBS can all connect the same. You know, it's just all the internal stuff might need to be a little bit different. But having one or two, no problem. You know, you get a little problem when you run into like running 4 or 5 like I'm doing, and making sure everything is connected and talking how it's supposed to be. You know, but it's not that difficult. So yeah, as long as they're in a different spot. Yeah. Cool.
Steve Zveryan asked, I am having issues with the file watcher trigger. I want a simple text file update to send a message to chat. What I'm wanting to do is send a now playing from Tuna to chat.
Okay, so the file watcher only watches for a file to change. That's all it does. How it changes, what changes inside it, it doesn't care. So if you're using a file watcher or a file tail as a trigger, anytime that file changes, it's going to fire that trigger. But it's not pulling in any variables. It's not pulling in any new information. So if you want to have your now playing go to chat, doesn't Tuna already do that though? You're talking about the Tuna plugin for OBS, right? You want so you just want to grab the now playing information and send it to chat, right? Okay. Is that you're going to have to grab from Tuna itself. Now, if you have that information going to that text source, instead of using a file watcher, what you want to do is you just have it, you have, let me go in here somewhere. You have a right to file somewhere, right? I'm assuming. So if I do, where the fuck is it? File IO. So if I'm doing a right to file, right, and you're writing whatever you're getting from Tuna and you're writing it to that file, you can also read that line. And if you have it set to append where it overwrites, you can just have it read that line. So we can go core file IO. We can read line from a file. Then you go to the file you want to read from. So we just do some fucking random ass text file, right? Let's see, I have some. Yeah. Right, and then the variable name, just leave it empty, it's fine. If you leave it empty, line is the variable. Parse variables in there, and then click OK. and then you just send a message to chat after that. So we do Twitch, chat, send message to channel, and then you would just do line, right? And then you can have your trigger be the file watcher, right? Because once Tuna writes to that file, right, or you have Streamer.bot write that information to that file, then you can use that file watcher as the trigger to run this, right? So you say, what to say, sends a tracking artist to a text file. Okay, so that is what you're going to put here in the read lines from, right? Does it add to that text file, or does it overwrite what's currently there? I don't use Tuna, so I don't know. So like at the end of your stream, do you have like this long ass with every song that played, or is it only one song and artist and it gets overwritten every time? Bum, bum, bum. Oh shit, I need to change that too. Ads again? Lord. Can we just have ads? It overwrites. There you go. Does it put it on one line? Or is it like the song title's on one line, artist is on another line, or is it all together? Excuse me. Hi, Space Pickle. Welcome in. Sorry about the ads on Twitch, folks. We'll be right back after a word from Twitch's sponsors. Sorry. I love you, though. Watch my YouTube videos. Thanks for your effort. Well, thanks for watching. You're the best. We appreciate you. All on one line. There you go. That's all you need. So, read lines from file. Pick that file, that text file that Tuna is writing to. Leave the variable name blank. Right? And then your Twitch message is just going to be line. And then your trigger will be the file watcher to watch when that file changes. So that file will change, it'll trigger this, it'll read the line, it'll post the line. Make sense? Super simple. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know what that means. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna wait for the Twitch ads. Do the last questions.
Oh! Oh, hello.
Use picture-in-picture, listen to me while ads play. Oh, that's sweet of you. Steel Creek, welcome in. Evening from Sweden. Hello. I don't know any Swedish. I wish I did. I know Yaya Elskadaya, but I don't think that's Swedish. Because I learned it from a Danish guy. Could be Swedish. Because he was telling me how to hit on a Swedish girl. It is Swedish? It means I love you, right? I know how to spell it too. It's spelled like Jagdegreg, but it's pronounced Yaya Elskadaya. It's great. I love it. Yeah. See? Okay, so I know that. That's what I know. That's my limit. You've done that, but the trigger doesn't trigger? Okay, so in your file folder watcher, you have that here, right? Jag Elska Dig. Yeah. Yeah. With the little umlauts. I love it. Thank you. So we're going to add our file, our folder, the filter, change only values. You want to check that. Right, so it's going to depend on how you have this set up. You can also do the file tail. So the file tail might actually be better for you, Steve, because you can give it a name. You go to that file, and then you can use line, and the file line, as the file changes, will be populated. And the file tail will actually look inside. That might be better for you. So try a file tail instead of the file watcher. And let us know. Welcome back from the ads.
Malcolm 1971 asked, do you have to make a separate Twitch account for them?
Do I have to make a separate Twitch account for my bots? No. No, every single one of them that we have is logged in to my Bearded Ink account. Now, SnarkyBot is the bot account, obviously, for the SnarkyBot, but it's still logged in to my Bearded Ink account. The dual stream one is logged in to my robot Bearded and my Bearded Ink main account. You're very welcome, Steve. Yeah. And then YouTube is connected to the YouTube accounts. So no, you don't have to make a different, you only have to make a different account if you want to use a bot account, and you only have to make a different bot account if you're running two different bots like I am, which most people are not, right? But I have Robot Bearded and SnarkyBot, which are two accounts that I created. That's the only reason I have them logged in two different places. But no, you don't have to do that at all. Absolutely not. As long as that bot, that particular version of the bot, has verification or authentication to log into that account, you're good to go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Space a Pickle asked, I just added like 21 5-seconds vids to OBS. For some reason they only play once when visible. Hide and retry, nothing. Restart OBS, plays again. Any ideas?
You've added 5-second video files to OBS. I have a new, yeah, I have the alpha version of Streamer.bot. Yeah. Testing it out. We've been testing it for a while, but yeah, it's really nice. It's still Streamer.bot. It's just the new version, the alpha. It's in alpha right now. I think it's the hide transition, which was a swipe. If I let it play all the way until it closes and then hide it, it doesn't play when I make it visible. Yeah, it does really look really nice. Then it works. Okay. Let me see. Let me just open another version of OBS here real quick. Yeah, later. Okay. How did you add your sources? I'm assuming it was media source. You drag and drop them. They're all WebM files. So you have 25 media sources in one spot. Asking for a friend. $22. Okay. Do you have VLC installed on your PC? So you have a VLC video source option in OBS, as long as you have the 64-bit VLC installed. If you have all 22 of your videos in the same directory on your PC and you add a VLC video source, you can add that entire directory. Right? So, for example, I have my sounds somewhere. Like I have, that's not one. So that's not one either. I know I have them somewhere. Right? So inside my bits, I have like 10 different sounds or whatever, right? So I can choose my bits directory. And it's only going to have this one source. It's only going to have this one directory, but it's going to play everything that's in that directory. I can set it to loop so it'll constantly play. Probably don't want to do that. And then the shuffle playlist, this is very specific. So let me explain this while everybody is here and paying attention, because it is not what you think. When you open OBS for the very first time, you know it runs through all of its checks before while it's loading up. One of the checks it does is to check for your video sources if they have shuffle playlist on. If they do, what OBS will do is it will then shuffle the playlist, so it won't actually adjust the playlist that you see here, like you have 10 things here, but what it does is it internally assigns each one of them a number, and it will randomize those numbers. So number 1 on your list might actually be number 10. Whatever is set, those numbers, those invisible numbers, when those are set, right, when OBS opens, that's what it will be until OBS closes and reopens again. So the shuffle playlist only shuffles it the one time when you open OBS, right? If you make a change to the playlist, it'll shuffle it again. Okay. So just so you're aware, it's not going to shuffle the playlist every time the playlist gets activated. So if I have this here now and I turn the visibility off, turn it back on, it's going to play the same first one over again. If I turn it off, turn it back on, it's not going to now play number 3 first. It's going to play number 1 first. Okay. A lot of people get confused on that shuffle playlist, but that's how it works. But anyway, my point is, if you have all 22 of your things in the same directory, you have the directory you can add here. Click OK. Now you have your one source. You can turn the visibility on. You can do your hide transition as a swipe, right? It's not going to affect anything, because what's happening is you're trying to do 22 different things in one, as far as OBS is concerned. Right? And it's just going, hold on, that's a lot of shit running at once. So if you give it one thing to do and still get the same effect, you shouldn't have any issues. And since they're WebM files, you're not going to have that 1 second cutoff like some MP3 files have when you use the VLC source. But yeah, give that a try. It should work a lot better for you, and you should be able to have your transition set how you want. You're very welcome. Yeah, if it doesn't work, let us know. You know, and if we're offline, or you don't have to wait till next Saturday, you can find us on the Discord, the bot help section or the general help, whatever. You can post in there and say, hey, it's still doing it, or whatever, and we can look into it further. But that should fix your problem. I had a lot of people with a lot of audio and video issues, and then find out it's because they have like 20, 30, 40. I had the last person that had a problem had 55 MP3 sources in one scene, and we're trying to do something with all of them, and we're like wondering why the first 3 would work. Like, let's combine this. Let's get this down to one instance. Make it easier for the program. You know what I mean? But yeah. But do let us know. And take advantage of that VLC video source. It is pretty powerful. It has a lot more options than the standard media source. Yeah. Way better than a huge if. Yeah. For sure. And Bearded hates voicemail. I do. Yeah. I hate any program that fucking breaks and calls it an update and pushes it out publicly. Our shit's broken. Update now, guys. Fuck you. Come on. Am I wrong? So OBS, yeah. Yeah, the difference between the voice meter pushing out a broken thing and OBS pushing out a broken thing is that OBS gives you the option, right? They're like, hey, we got a new update. Do you want to update now or do you want to wait? Do you want to even skip? Where the voice meter one had a big fucking banner. It's like, update now, or your shit's going to be no longer be supported. Like, they threaten you into it. We're not even going to talk about fucking Twitch not working, dude. Twitch is always fucking broken. And still not as broken as YouTube. So, yeah. You get what you pay for, I guess. Most video games are that way now. Yeah. Remember when they used to release video games and they just worked? And you didn't have to have fucking 87 updates? Remember that? That was kind of fun. And then the internet became a thing. Boo, I lie. That never happened? Yeah. How old are you, Grandpa? Tell us again how video games didn't connect to the internet? Welcome to Twitch. If it's not broken, it soon will be. Yeah. Twitch, home of the pushing out updates nobody asked for and nobody wants, but everybody's going to get. Also, we're going to break the API. And your stream's going to buffer, but we're not going to do anything about it. And then when you send us a trouble ticket, we're going to go, it's your fault. And then we're going to fix it quietly behind the scenes so it looks like it was your fault. It's not working, blow harder? What are you, a NES cartridge? Yeah, a little bit. When co-op meant, yeah, plugging in the second controller. Yeah, good times. Good times and great oldies. That's me. I'm great oldies. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. 2600? A fucking Atari 2600? I'm actually kind of excited to see the 7800 coming out. It looks pretty badass. It looks like the old 2600s. Yeah. Somebody's never played Mario Kart. No, I'm just kidding. Time to close? Yeah. Yeah. We are done with the queue, right? That is a 0, not a 6. Let me just double check with the bot and make sure that it is actually empty. We did it. Yeah. We're going to close the bar. I will be back on Twitch in about 3 hours. We're going to do a new game. It is called something. It is called Starlight Legacy. It's a RPG done in the style of like Chrono Cross and Final Fantasy VII in that era. Looks really, really cool. Except that it's open world. So you can go to anywhere and the creatures that you battle level with you. So you don't like run into like somebody that's like 80 levels ahead of you. So you can go anywhere at any time. It seems really fucking cool. You're considering streaming City of Heroes? Yeah. So yeah, if you want to see that Starlight Legacy, you want to check that out. We'll be live on Twitch in about 3 hours. But YouTube, we love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the questions. You are amazing. Keep watching the tutorials, please. I need the views. No. But if you're on Twitch, hang with me, because on Twitch we are going to raid out. But if you're on YouTube, thank you seriously for being here. Twitch, say goodbye to YouTube. And thank you again for the questions and everything. I do appreciate it. You are amazing.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. You thought Cities of Heroes was dead? Not as long as not as long as Salty's around. Salty keeps all that old shit alive. But anyway, let me end stream here on YouTube side. And we'll see you next Saturday. New tutorial on Wednesday, and then more coming after that. So in case you are needing a reminder, this Wednesday, the tutorial released will be covering Discord permissions, which can be a very confusing labyrinth, and we're going to try to explain it and make it easy for everybody. But yeah, that's it. Okay, YouTube. Thank you guys. Really. We love you. And we'll see you next Saturday. Or unless you come by on Twitch and see us tonight or tomorrow during the speedrun. But either way, we'll see you around. Love, peace.